And we're here. Oh my goodness. I'll be honest, it's still weird to think how close we are to almost being caught up with Genshin after almost 2 years? Question mark? I don't remember when we started this. When I started specifically.
I
But we're
don't
here.
remember either, actually.
I mean, I could find out. It just...
Now for a
That would
little
take a few
rest
minutes.
after breakfast.
And I keep forgetting.
This is the life.
Ah, yes, prison life. Everyone loves that good old prison life.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Oh no, it's so sad. We have to leave prison with the free bed and the free food and the... And no, we already have that. Still just like, I want to use this pot more. It's a nice pot.
More speed.
You know what? I'm not gonna say no to free food. Hi there, yes, it is time for me to leave prison. I am being
Please
released back
sign
out into the
here.
world.
This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
Watch out, world, a criminal is being let loose back into the world. Cake-eating criminal.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Paimon, you were there yesterday. Like, ignoring everything else, you were literally up there yesterday.
Huh?
I'm sure this is fine.
What's happening?
I'm sure that the underwater fortress,
I'm fine, thanks.
under thousands of pressure,
I wonder what that tremor was.
thousands of
just now.
psi pressure from the water, shaking like that, is perfectly fine.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Okay, I guess we're not leaving prison yet. We need to go see Risley. Should we call... Is Daddy appropriate? Does that feel right? You know what? I'm gonna say it feels right. I'm gonna say it's fine.
Here, Grace?
Yeah.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Hi, yes. Can you just put your signature right here on this piece of paper? Don't worry about what it says. Don't worry. No, this isn't a DOS paper.
Yeah,
You're
what
not my
was
new
with
dad.
that
Doesn't
earthquake
matter.
just now?
Ah,
Fine.
that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
That feels like a bit of foreshadowing right there, my dude. I wouldn't say that. Knock on wood.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Let's look out the window and see.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are
The
you
twin
leaving now?
daughter.
That's right.
Friend.
Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
To be fair, we were mostly here of our own volition, so...
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now.
Also, we're really fucking strong. So it's like we don't really have to worry about
Be sure
anything.
to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I want your jacket.
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, I'll steal it. I just realized you're wearing a tie, but like, not really.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
I mean, look at him. That tie is just for show. It's not doing anything.
After being down here for so long,
He's like, no,
imagine you
everyone
must feel
needs
like
to
you're
see
lacking
my chest
companionship.
scars. It's very
Shall
important.
I come along too? Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I love the idea that they're just like, yeah, we know that this is a high security, like maximum prison. We're just gonna come and go whenever we please.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
I can't make any promises.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervalet was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
I feel like Risley knows that Nervalet sent them.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervalet? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just
He
your
said that was the
regards
only
will do,
reason he
no?
was so hospitable to us in the first place, because Nuva sent him down there.
Right. He knew immediately. That's like, yeah, you're not fucking criminals.
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
I mean, the name's up there, so
More speed.
do with that information what you will. Why don't I just teleport? What am I doing? I'm like, I'm about to go take a fucking
Visibility is
1,000-year-long elevator
If
ride
we
when
head
I
to
can
higher
just teleport.
ground, we can do a full recon of enemy activity.
Been in prison so long, I forgot what it's like to be on the outside.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
That feels like a bad thing.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervalet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse
Sabine,
me.
my beloved.
Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
You're a wonderful little friend.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
What?
Hello.
Sir?
You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
How bad is it on a scale of 1 to 10? With 10 being, Furina's been killed.
In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like
One
to have
being,
something to drink,
another
let
one
the
of her
melusine
cakes was eaten
outside
without
know.
her permission.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Uh-oh. I'm reading a solid 6 on that scale that I made.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mirapede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
Nah, we just broke out. Don't worry about it.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
There was a whole riot, there was a fight. Risley actually joined our side, it was kind of fun.
Massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that
Actually, he
cannot
was just
have
kinda
occurred
punching
in
everybody.
any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Question, isn't that below the fortress? How did he get there? Wait, no, there's a leak.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it too.
Paimon, I don't know how you felt it. You're floating.
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
That sounds bad.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
That's not good.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
Nevertheless, not to be rude, but this is Fontaine. Everything is coastal area. Everything is beachfront property. I don't know if you've noticed. You live in an archipelago.
I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Hold on, let me take a look at the map here. What's not coastal area? Let's see here. This is all pretty coastal. This is all... I call this coastal. This is close. This spot right here is not coastal. That's about it. And even then, it's still next to water. One errant tsunami and Fontaine is screwed.
Oh no! What happened here?
There's nobody around.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
I mean, there's a ship over there, so hopefully everyone got out of the ship. Oh shit, there's someone on top of this building. Excuse me, sir.
We haven't
Are
seen
you
a single
okay?
soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Oh, we found it.
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
They'll be fine. I've jumped off much higher places before.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling.
He looks pretty sad.
So you said you survived fall from high. Just let it happen and see why these people have had it worse.
How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Oh no! This is really bad. On the bright side, it doesn't seem like it was primordial seawater. On the downside, I don't think that matters much.
My leg! My leg!
My leg! Okay, that's
How
the
could this
SpongeBob
have
joke out of the way.
happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the...
More speed.
Hold on, wait. I'm a healer.
Dissipate.
Be healed. Is it working? Hi, Beat Spy. How you doing? I don't know if this is healing her. Trying my best. You're bringing Barbara. Maybe that would help. good, she's fine. A rare weekend to relax. I'm glad you got to relax. Relaxing is good.
Navia, are you okay?
Just gotta chill and vibe. You look fine. That's good. I mean, minus
You're
the sad
here.
face.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Oh.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and
Oh.
eventually...
Oh, that's the guy that we just saw on the roof.
He jumped down then.
Oh.
Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
I was really hoping that that
All
wasn't the
dissolved.
case.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
Okay.
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
It's not gonna be good, is it? It's gonna be a real bad number.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
I'm slightly worried that that one plug that we have, you know, on the primordial seawater, and putting it and forcing it back in the way that we did, sort of like you have a pressure vessel, you know, and stuff does its best to get out, and you're just like, nope, stay, and you push it back in. Like, the pressure has to go somewhere. Pressure's got to go somewhere. If it can't go out the release valve, it's got to go somewhere else.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
It's kind of like the Fortress of Meripede. It's like that one spot is indeed that pressure release. Problem is, it's a pressure release that then, you know, would destroy all Fontaine, but
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
as the people turning into the water, this is so much more real and grounded of a tragedy than I was expecting in this game. Because in every other area of the game, it's been like, I mean, there's war in Inazuma. But besides that, you know, it's all been pretty fantastical up until this moment.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are
Wait,
for.
good. The traveler has the same thoughts that I have. Oh, good. It's not a good answer.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there.
Where are our
Sorry.
friends?
I need to go for now.
Where are the friends who have never done anything wrong in their life? Where's the old man?
And off she goes.
Don't worry about it.
Seems it might
Smile.
I'm worried about the old
before she
man.
can Take a break.
Smile emoji.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Smile
Although many
emoji.
people in organizing various matters whose decisions are clear and reasonable, who are faces
Okay,
marred by
The
something.
wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
Might want to get to higher ground. We're kind of low and exposed here.
Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Like, let's evacuate everyone up here, maybe. Or it's at least a little bit safer. Well, okay, not by much, but... Poisson is kind of a... place where water goes to drain. Which I guess that's why that's all the people who live in poverty are there.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
Need a hug?
Malus
sorry.
and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long, and I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I'm in pain. I'm in emotional pain.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
No, because it's like you're involving him and like he's there, like he's part of it. Oh no, I'm making it worse.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
Smile
After all,
emoji.
besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
I fucking hate this.
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your request.
And before this conversation happened, 5 hours ago.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
I'm in so much pain.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Navia, if you need to, just let it out. It's fine, I understand.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them.
They fucking loved you.
I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Jolianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
You have to tell with all the names and the.
So, everyone else is safe. But still.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right.
I was expecting like half the city to be dead, so.
And Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
That's not how this works.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Look, you're hot, and I think you're great. But also, I don't know if now's a great time.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Yay?
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
You're not gonna, like, hold this over her and, like, oh, now you got to pay us back with interest, blah, 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 whatever.
very
Or remember
much.
that favor, blah, blah, blah. No?
Wait.
Yes?
Do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
You know what? We're gonna call this a good thing for now, until it goes south.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Oh yeah, no, there's something going on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have
Beast,
been
how you
observing
doing?
water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
Welcome
I
to
hear
a
that
lot
they've
of
also
sad things
prepared
just
a large
happened.
amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations
good?
to
Love
act
to hear it.
forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
I'd say I want to roll an insight check against her, but I feel like either her deception and her persuasion are way too high for me to ever beat.
Without your help,
It
there
would
have
be.
been many more casualties. I won't forget your
Like,
kindness.
I would never be able, because like I have so many questions about her motives and her reasons, like how much is true, how much is a lie, how much is just like using other people. I'm just like, ugh, you're so interesting. Tell me more, but like in a way that you can't lie to me.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
This image right here looks like a wallpaper or poster.
Yeah, it's really
or an
good.
album or like an album cover. This could be a lot of things. Very good compositionally, is what I'm saying.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Snezhnaya, it's... What country is that more or less modeled off after? Would you say it's Russian?
It's Russia.
Okay, in Russian, do we know what the word... Does the Vatui have a meaning, or is it just a name?
It's full. Because they're all of their names are, what is it? It's some, like... I don't remember what the name of the damn thing is.
Because they're not the Arcana.
The Arcs de Comedia or something like that? I do not remember.
I don't know what that means, so we're just gonna keep it. But okay, because for a second my brain was gonna think that that Fatui was something that meant fate, but if it means fool, that's interesting, I'm gonna say.
Because they've all got the names of the characters from a very specific play. Is it play or something? Let me look it up.
Right, you look that up, we're gonna keep listening.
By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful
Comedic
conversation
art,
technique,
that's what it is.
which I do like to use when necessary.
1 second.
But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in.
What is it from?
The Commedia dell'arte.
What is that?
I'd have to look up exactly what it is again.
Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said
The
we could
former
work
professional
together
theater
if we had a
originating from
chance.
Latin theater was popular through Europe between the 16th and 18th centuries. Yeah, formerly called Italian comedy. It's like all of the Fatui are named after like characters from that.
Interesting. That does explain. Wait, including Scaramouche? That explains that.
Let me, because I gotta.
Because I think that was his name, right? In the Fatui was Scaramouche.
He was the balladeer.
He was the balladeer. That's right. And where does Scaramouche come from?
Because all of them have like 2-3 names.
That's true. Because Child is also Tartaglia, but he's also
So Ajax.
Yeah.
If you're Ajax is his real name. And then you've got the balladeer who is Scaramouche, who is Kazuni Kushi. I can never remember how to pronounce his damn name.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Question? Why the fuck do you know about the sluice gate, you motherfucker? What? Who am I kidding? Of course you know about it. I'm not really surprised by this. I'm more just like, why?
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson.
I'll put it in the other chat
because
because
date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways.
Servants, clowns, characters such as Arlecchino, also known as Harlequin, Regalia, Scapino, the Vecchi, wealthy old man. Hey, it's the doctor. Inamotori, young upper class lovers who would have names such as Flavio and Isabella. Canela, self-styled captains, braggarts, Mooch, and can also be Signora.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis.
Incredibly interesting.
The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely
I have a feeling there are
precious.
theories based around name escapes me suddenly. The Tsaritsa. And other things about the Fatui and such because of them being based on this play.
I mean, currently the
ruin
theory about the Tsaritsa only because we know Hoyo plays favorites. They're like, oh, can't wait to have a fucking 7th version of Bronya.
Well, because the theory is also that pretty soon, once the next country comes out, hey, there's Himiko.
Yeah. And it's like, wow, can't wait to see how she dies again.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this
I'm very trustworthy, but also I don't like the Fatui.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
You can go sell it to someone else.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Sure, but the moment we see primordial seawater, you're getting the fuck out of there.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Also that.
Well, I'm sad, yes, but I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing.
Not making good points.
There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
You know what? I understand that feeling. That's fine.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Technically, if she wanted to go, I don't think we have a way to stop her that's not forcefully. So, sure.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Oh, she didn't actually know exactly where they were.
Okay, the
That's a good
three
point.
of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
I hated the title of the quest. Meeting is also parting. It's like, yeah, you have to put it so sad though. Is that Celestia? Or is that something else?
That's Celestia.
Okay. Hi, bastards. Get down here so I can kick your ass. Somehow I blame you for everything. I feel like that's a safe
It's their fault.
That's true. I couldn't tell you. I personally couldn't tell you specifically how it's their fault, but I know that it is. Everything does.
I mean, everyone knows it's their fault.
What the hell is this? Hi, can you tell me about this place before we... Wait, what's this? Miraculous Antoine Roger Craft. No, proceed along the set route upon being activated, though. Antoine Roger claims that nothing will happen during your journey. The truth of the matter might not be he has. You can probably resolve any issues you might encounter. Cool. Where does it go? I guess that's something I can learn later.
It's just like a puzzle thing.
Oh, it is? Will it come back to this spot?
Yeah. Those is, yeah. I constantly get a commission right there anyway.
How do I... Oh, wait. I need to do a reaction. Bring out Nervalette, I think? Nope, wrong button. This one. I'll just swap you out for like 2 seconds. What here?
I mean, you can also use the block that's there.
Wait, what block? There's this right here. Oh, that. Right. Forgot. And by forgot, I mean I don't think I knew about that. Or both. Off we go. What if we just take this and ride it straight to Celestia? They're gonna blast us out of the sky, but hey, it'll be fun riding on the way. Very pretty view, though. Not very fast. Sir, does this thing have a speed too? Oh. You balance. Oh, I see.
Crush!
I'll be honest, I'm not really gonna call this much of a puzzle.
They're just like called like puzzle just because it's like you just call them like puzzle chests and stuff like that.
That's a good point. That edge over there just looks like the edge of the world. It just kind of brings the question, where does all this water come from if there's such a large drop-off? Where does it start? Where's the starting point for all this? Is this just the sea? I have many questions about Fontaine. It confuses me.
Shudder!
Also, Eula is officially the very first character that I've got to the final ascension.
Nice.
Did that earlier today. Had to beat up the stupid cryo hypostasis a couple more times. Now I just need more to level up materials.
That's why I'm glad I've never had to fight that thing for anything.
Ow. Hi Maya, thank you for the hydrate. Ow. Hi Maya, thank you for the posture check. Stretchy. Water. How you doing?
Aristocratic
Because if a
etiquette
boss
is
is
all
annoying,
just
the
for
less I
show.
have to fight it, the
Just
better.
smile
That's
and
part of
nod
why I went
along.
ahead and got it over with, because it's kind of
I
a
was
pain in
forced
the
to learn
ass.
all of the rules by
And that's
heart.
why I'm glad I don't have to
I
fight it.
There it is.
I
We
can
gotta
put these
check.
to good use.
Yeah, that really didn't take us very far. Anyways, onwards to the ruins. My, you missed it. Sad things happened. There were tears. It's fine. Birthday
It is a
dinner,
damn
ooh.
good
Did
quest. I just will say though, like the usual time I've seen for this quest is like 4 or 5 hours.
Okay, so no more messing around, and we should be able to finish it tonight.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
Hope you're enjoying dinner, Maya.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Oh, it's a domain. Hello. But to me, blah, 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 blah. This is good. That being said, I did also go to Meatloaf. Oh, that sounds good. I don't know why. I was also looking at like talent materials. It's like, dear God, I need so many of these stupid books.
Yeah.
Curse,
Eventually I gotta do book grinding, but it's just, do I feel like it?
I mean, the good news is, at least, the domain for the Resistance books aren't nearly as bad when I have Zhongli.
More speed.
Still not preferable. Oh, hello. Look, they're having class. What do you think they're learning about? I'm gonna say math. Are you a Hilichurl? Hello? Never seen you before.
Because you haven't explored the desert.
For mercy.
Oh, that's fair.
I condemn you.
It looks cool though.
I feel like building. Your books are today. Do I feel like doing that?
To be fair, everyone's books are today.
I know, it's just... cause they're also... I mean, they're also on Monday. I don't really... do it. I should, but I
Ow.
don't feel like it.
Hey, I broke my leg.
Yeah, it'd be like
Just
that.
like that guy from before. And the girl. Oh.
Who needs
Stop.
upgrades? Either upgrades or getting... Oh, right, that's what I was doing. Stop being dumb me. Anyway,
You're not
that's
dumb.
what I was
What
doing.
happened? What's up?
No, I was trying to remember because I was like, I was doing something before I just didn't feel like doing anything. I just had to lay down for a few days.
That's fair.
And I had to remember what the hell I was doing.
This place is also been
I remember.
contaminated by primordial seawater.
Navia, don't go for a swim. There's the one stipulation I had. If there's primordial seawater, you stay away.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
I don't think that helps.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation.
Oh, that's right. We fell through this ground. That's a bit of a problem.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either.
Are you a good climber?
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Wait.
Gather!
Why if we're gonna go swimming, how is she going to...
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over
Okay,
from the
we're
side.
just avoiding it. That's how I was like, are we about to go for a swim, quote unquote, with Navia? The answer is no, thankfully. Like, no, I don't want her to die. Not my preference today.
How many more do I need? 7.
However, stealing centuries-old carrots and radishes is my preference. That part's fine. I'm sure they're still good. I don't know what this plant is, but it's very pretty. I want one for my apartment.
More speed.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge. Run for it!
Go! Nope. What did I say? You're not allowed to die today. No, I just said you're not allowed to...
Smile emoji.
Oh, thank God, she's fine. Okay. Yay! She's good. Oh, she doesn't look good,
Smile
actually.
emoji.
This doesn't look good.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
I mean, there's a part of me that's just like, oh, the people who dissolved have a chance to come back if we can separate them from the primordial seawater. But trying to find a drop of water in the ocean,
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
this almost looks like, you know, that meme that's going around right now of putting posts underwater. That's what it feels like.
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Hey, what's wrong with your head?
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
I'm in pain.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you
I'm
wanted to
in
give
pain.
to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes.
Emoji.
One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them.
They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
You guys are all fucking dead.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself?
Welcome
Thank
to
you
the
so
afterlife,
much.
bitches.
I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Navia, are you okay?
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
Noticing it?
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is
He knows that something's wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
There's only like 10 of you people down here, right?
We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
I'm sorry, trial?
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
I'm getting Judgment of the Dead vibes from the idea of going to the Opera House at this point.
Oh?
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna worry about it a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. A little bit of worry. A little bit of concern.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
You're also... Why are they angry?
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness.
Not angry.
Everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people.
Is it time for the one thing Ace... Well, let's say the one thing Ace Attorney's never done, an afterlife version of a trial, but there was that one trial at the end of the third game.
I mean, Spirit of Justice.
I haven't played that one yet. Is Spirit of Justice the 6th game? The one that's in the new trilogy? Or is that Dual Destiny?
It's the one that it's, I'd say technically most recent when we're not talking about like Great Ace Attorney.
Okay, so
it's the last one in the Apologists.
Okay, so it is the one in the trilogy that, by the way, the moment we finish fucking Nirvana Initiative, I'm playing the Apologists trilogy. It's happening.
Good.
Well, it's a return of Ace Attorney Thursdays. It has to come back. It's time. Anyways, hold on. Back to this.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien.
Really fucking love Spirit of Justice. Such a fucking good game.
I'm very excited to play them.
And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany
Defendant!
you.
Hello. Oh, maybe this is the
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Not okay.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
What's going on here?
Enough with the whispering!
Court stuff.
I don't like court stuff.
Please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is.
Actually, no, that's wrong. I love court
standing
stuff
trial.
in games, but I don't like whatever's happening here.
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, The head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson.
Okay, so this isn't necessarily their actual souls in the afterlife, because, well, or in the sea or whatever. This is her nightmare of them blaming her, essentially, for their deaths.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Yes?
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused.
What?
You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Something about that sounds incredibly dark and sinister and weird.
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
I don't like the way. What? I don't like the way you're saying this.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
First of all, question: would you call that fair and honorable? You're very biased. Second of all, excuse me.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
What did you just agree to?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Oh, good. These two have regained their senses.
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Well, we haven't heard from the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Did I say that right? Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse... That's the one, that's the hard one. D'Analyse Cardinal?
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
D'Analyse?
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
It's like, wait a second, aren't you supposed to be on my side?
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it the nation of law, not the nation of justice. There is a difference. There is a difference.
It is the nation of justice.
In title. I'm gonna call it in title.
Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
You clearly never had those science classes where you poured oil and water together and you watch the different densities of them like separate, and you try and mix them together, and they're mixed for a little bit, but then some time passed and they separate again. It's very fun to do. Looks cool. You get these cool little oil bubbles. I'm getting off track.
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Alright, that's a little bit creepy.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
Oh, I love that line. I'm a big fan of that line. Use that in real life. Tell that against the judge in a real court of law. See what happens.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head...
Navia, meanwhile, in the middle of all this, is like, what the fuck is going on?
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning.
Maya, I'm
All I
counting
can
on
see
you
is
to report
stars
back with the
swirling in
results.
front of me.
From prison, if need be.
I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Furina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Thank you for the lurk, Bye Beast. Enjoy dinner.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn?
This is fine. This is okay. Everything's great.
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
Hey, it's an
Navia
Oceanid.
belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Hello. Wait. I'm having memories. The poem event where we made friends with an Oceanid from Fontaine. I don't know if the pieces are coming together and I'm connecting the dots, or it's the meme of saying I'm connecting the dots and I'm not connecting shit.
What are you
They
saying?
kind of connected the dots enough with Rodea. She said enough.
No more excuses.
An assassin from our homeland.
Jealous. How could she possibly be an independent individual?
I've connected them, you connected shit. I've connected them.
With these people.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Because my brain immediately goes to, I wonder if the people of Fontaine are all descendants of Oceanids and or have it in their blood or whatever the Oceanids once were. And that's why the primordial seawater takes them.
Let it out.
I am going to
Get
let
there.
it happen, but I have to get my securities out. Sometimes. Hi, Nervalette. How'd you get here? Did you die too?
That's...
Well, he is the Hydro Dragon, so...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Okay.
Goodbye to the goats.
We loved you. Goodbye. You were best friends.
such good characters. They got TCG cards.
That's actually really sweet.
No, wait! Just a second!
Okay, so she didn't fall in the water.
Navia?
Or...
You're awake. Good.
Neverland? When did you get here? Hello?
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Wow, you got here fast.
You were just about to be dissolved within, but I
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Okay, so she was in the water. Okay, so Fontanians are Oceanids.
Wait,
Awesome.
Did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Oh, that's right, and Vache.
That's what I'm gonna bring it up. I'm
Vache.
just gonna
I'll
like.
be honest, I forgot about Vache for a second.
So I was gonna say the fountain scene.
You're right. I was like, I feel like I remember something, but my brain wasn't working well enough to be like, wait, no, this is a thing we've already dealt with if they're Oceanids.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I'm just forgetful, is my problem. But also, maybe I didn't make this connection at the time.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after
To be fair,
death.
this was like 2 months ago. I can't be expected to remember something from 2 months ago.
Please.
What am I, a robot? He spikes the camera.
Neverland, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
We do have something to talk about. We forgot to tell you that Sigewinne said hi. And Ryzu said eh.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way! Don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
I mean, the most dramatic thing that happened there recently you were there for, so...
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Can we ask if he knows if the people of Fontaine are all Oceanids? Or turn into the water?
You're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Navia? You okay?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Well, that's it. Now we have a full team of 4, but Paimon can't fight.
Stabilize.
Navia, where's your wife? She can help us.
Crush! Beg for mercy.
You're very strong. You know that, Mr. Hilichurl with the cool cape?
Rack and ruin.
Oh, you're dead. Okay, maybe you weren't that strong. Always good to see floating rocks in places when you're playing Genshin. Usually means you're gonna find something fun, and by fun I mean fucked up.
Another unstable path. Watch your step.
Good, we're good. See, we're fine. Nothing to worry about. I fell. Hey, Eula, you didn't grab the wall.
More speed.
Oh, good, the wall is also broken. I don't have the stamina for this.
This is why we pull for Kazuha.
There we go. I'm like, can we get the, To be fair, I could also just do this.
Quake.
I hate me sometimes. I don't know how I missed that badly.
Rise. Crumble.
You wouldn't mind giving me the stairs back. Yeah, no, I'm grounded, so they took the stairs away.
Can I please get attack sands? That's all I want.
Please, there we go. I was about to say, can I have my stairs back? I'm gonna wait this time so I have my stamina. Because I don't want to do that again. Like, this is getting ridiculous. Okay. Artifact grinding is still something I need to do. A little bit of.
I'm mainly just trying to get people upgrades. This feather I have in Mia would be great if it had attack. Actually, it might actually, though it's still like, I think it's my highest CV piece. I actually need to see what that CV is.
More speed.
You're what now?
Artifact CV, it's basically your crit value.
Oh, okay. CV, crit value, got it.
It's like your crit rate times 2 plus your crit damage.
Why is that the crit value?
Just I don't know how to explain. It's a lot of technical stuff that I don't know. Crit damage.
A lot of technical bullshit that we don't need to get into.
Order guide you.
Vengeance will be mine.
Okay, this one's actually pretty good. I know I have an image that kind of shows the scale for crit value.
Stabilize.
God, I love Eula's burst so much. It's so strong. It's so good. It just fucking wipes people off the map.
Okay, there we go. I put it in the thing.
Okay, what is CV? The sum between crit damage and crit rate times 2 of an artifact, crit damage and crit rate. Circlets have a slightly different approach. Why are circlets different?
Just because they have crit damage, crit rate main stat.
Always?
Yeah, they can't. They're the only ones that have crit rate, crit damage main stats.
Oh, they're the only ones that can have it, period.
No, they can have it.
But they're not... Okay. That explains a lot. That explains why a lot of them are crit damage and crit rate.
Knights and aristocrats share the
Anyways,
same
I do
cultural
love the
heritage.
scale goes from no upgrades,
But the
average,
knights had enough
decent,
sense
very
to do
good,
away with
jewel,
all
and
the
unicorns don't
superfluous
exist.
detail.
Yeah, that last one is true.
And yet, I have a feeling that they do exist out there somewhere.
For people who have probably been grinding their entire life. Actually, there are people who've been grinding their entire life, still don't have them.
Let me guess, the best they used to have is jewels.
That's what I'm trying to see what this one I have right now is. And that was... Is this... damage, okay.
Oh, I guess it makes sense why circlets have a different approach, because their numbers are naturally going to be higher if they have that as their main stat.
Yeah.
So this is for everything else. Or everything that doesn't have that as a main stat.
Okay, Yoimiya's Feather is a 42.7 CV piece. And I think maybe the only reason it isn't higher is, I think, because it was a 3-liner. But still, other than that 3-liner, I didn't get anything. The only thing this thing gave me was crit damage. That's all I got on it.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Man, if I had attack, this would be so good.
Stone.
Crit damage of 35% and crit rate of wow.
Seems like they were put here as an offering.
Yeah, that's a 42.7 right there.
Down and have a look?
Pretty good.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Time travel! What? Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I'll record the history of its future here in the past. So it's a prophecy?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
Yeah, that's the part
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Is that Celestia? No, because that would have been 500 years ago.
And is that Lady Furina?
That's definitely Furina. That's kind of hard to miss.
I mean, Celestia's been around for longer than 500 years.
Well, I know, but this particular image and the meaning of this particular slate.
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
Celestia is the reason the Archons are in power in the first place.
Yeah. But also, I keep asking this and I keep forgetting the answer. Despite that, the Archons also don't necessarily agree with Celestia, right?
Not necessarily. Mainly
information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot
Like,
easily
because I know
uncover it.
time has
Most
passed.
likely
It's
due to
a
its missing
very
the first
complicated, weird situation,
Very sorry.
It's politics.
basically.
Okay, cool. I feel like that answers all the questions.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
But here's the thing. Prophecies can be interpreted in very weird and mysterious ways, and I almost dropped my controller. So what if all this comes to pass, but not in the way that we think? Because we alter it a little bit. Except for the part where it said all the people shall be dissolved. That part's kind of hard to misinterpret. That's pretty clear, actually.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Huh.
What if... The issue is the order of the third and fourth images.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning fontaine...
That's what I was about to say. What if
come
they're in
before
reverse
the
order?
third, where the Hydro
What if
Archon
it's wrong?
herself falls into the water?
What if it's backwards? What if she started off alone, and they weren't dissolved, she made people from the Oceanids?
And yet the order is reversed here.
What set of the images?
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
Questions! I have many a question!
But
and I have theories!
who created these slates and left these words here?
Because
Seems
the words
that
of the
any further
prophecy...
clues will have to come from Furina.
The words of the prophecy did not come from these slates. The slates are purely the images.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so
No,
let's
no, no.
head back
We need
first.
to find the first slate. This is very important.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
What does the first slate say?
Don't worry about it.
No, I'm... But if these are the only two that are swapped, and this happens first, then this might not be her being protected by them. This might be her going into the water to revive everyone. What did this one say? What does this one say? What do you mean?
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna worry about it. You can't tell me not to worry about something. You know that. I always worry. Perpetual state of worry.
Just say never word. The game will explain itself.
I know, but I like coming up with
You know
theories.
how it
It's
is.
fun.
There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Bid women have
We'll
hobbies.
leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
God forbid women do anything.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you as ever. so please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
You know, Paimon heads to the speed never to the base at Frost and words.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona, what are you doing here?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Mona? You weren't the last person I expected to be here today. Hello?
She works for Steambird.
Since when?
Seriously, nobody just
So it's
leaves
actually
as a scribe
normal for her to be
so
around
they've
here.
got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Okay, that doesn't help me. I don't know that name. I thought maybe it'd be a name we recognized. Not even close.
Whoa!
People, you didn't do Windbloom last year.
Mean great
No.
or something?
Yeah, she was talked about.
Great astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is in plain
So for the
speech,
most part, we
Thrice's
do
great
know about
scholar
her.
of the stars.
About her, but we
Just
haven't
take
met
it
her.
as a title specific to astrologists.
Sure, we've met like none of the Hexen Circle. Well, technically, we haven't met them. We've talked to like a couple of them.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it
We
about
will
the
meet
same as a
one
surname.
at some point, at least two of them.
You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Because I hope so, because two of them we are really really want to know what they look like.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while. After
Heritage.
which I
What is your
settled down
heritage?
in Mondstadt City.
Can't believe Dorman Port is real.
This is, huh?
I can't believe Dorman Port is real. They mentioned it twice in the game, finally.
That's a good
What's the
thing
first
then.
time?
At least we know you won't be
It's...
devoured by Fontaine's waters.
I don't remember if you did the thing with the island off on that island over there in Mondstadt with the sundial.
I don't remember.
Yeah, they mentioned it there, and I think they also mentioned what other place. But the reason it's the place that we can't get to because Clea fucking changed the landscape because she blew up the mountain.
That's fucking... Okay, I think I've heard about that part at least.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Well, maybe you are Fontanian.
And she's from Mondstadt. She was born in Mondstadt.
Well, I know she said that she was
Just a
born
while
in
back, the
Mondstadt, but
Steambird invited me to take
Yeah, she's
part
born in
in a
Mondstadt.
gathering
That's
speaking
just it.
about
She's not
biblical
Fontanian.
prophecies and
okay, so
astrologist.
it doesn't matter what her heritage is because her parents migrated to Mondstadt.
It does not mean shit.
Okay, cool, interesting. I don't get it.
I'm just gonna say, just throw heritage out of the water. Just don't think about it because it's not relevant.
The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Brain off. Done.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
Or more scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
I'm sure you have that level of power.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
I mean, you do have a vision, so...
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary?
If she trains under her master more, there could be a point where she maybe could, but that really depends.
Yeah.
The Hexen Circle is just on another level.
Of course. The old
They're
hag
kind of
could
some
do it,
crazy,
and
powerful
I bet
ladies.
There are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Are you sure? All right.
I love it in
I'll help you.
anime and other such
You-
situations where someone's
You
like,
technically have met one.
I'll tell you once I
Who?
hear back from her.
It was at the end of the interlude with Scaramouche when he erased himself. The voice we heard talking,
Oh,
who basically acknowledged that we had done something with Irminsul.
interesting.
They don't in Windblood. They actually tell you and she is a member of the Hexen Circle.
Okay, I was gonna say, it's always fun when characters are like, when someone brings up their master and they freak out a little bit. It reminds me of like My Hero and like Full Metal Alchemist, and just like, oh god, you want to talk to them? Panic.
Show us Alice, you cowards.
Oh, well, this is
This woman is so fucking powerful and omniscient. Fucking show her to us.
Better yet, make her a playable character.
I mean, she could be. I mean, just fucking look at Clay.
Before they make Alice just a 4-star, just for the fun of it.
Indeed.
I mean, I doubt they would. This woman has. This woman's so. That's even like the thing is that you actually listen to some of the miscellaneous stuff where they're going over characters' kits. She's the one who actually narrates them sometimes.
Narrates what now?
Those videos where they're kind of like talking about the characters' like abilities and kits and stuff. She actually narrates some of those. And she talks about it from an in-universe perspective.
Oh, okay.
Because some of them, she actually knows some of them. Like, she actually knows Dory. Funny enough.
Oh, interesting. So you mean the ones they post online? Like in our world?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
It is interesting as well
receive
seeing
any
Mona, because
news,
I'm
I'll
pretty
be
sure
sure
she
to come
didn't show
find
up
you
in
two
any
again.
previous Archon quest. I only know her from, I think I did her story quest.
Yeah, her story request is basically what tells you that she writes a column for the Steambird.
Oh, no, I forgot about that.
And then also, and I think Charlotte talks about it. She talked about it during that one past event where she was first shown.
Information.
So yeah, again, sad thing of some things being limited to events.
Yep.
But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get
I mean, the good news is now that I'm basically caught up, I can do any of the events without having to worry about any sort of spoilers.
You have to watch them.
And also, I basically have all the prerequisite quests to do them. I think that's actually more the bigger.
No, I said you have to watch them. They are like those events, like Lantern Rite. They are events that you cannot do.
I mean, in the future events. Because every time.
Oh
it
yeah,
happens, it's just
future
like,
events.
oh, there's an event happening. Well, it'll either have spoilers or you can't do it because you need these prerequisites that you don't have yet.
I mean, they actually have a quick start now.
They do now, but that's a new thing.
Yeah.
But even still, now it's like, okay, now I don't have to worry about that at all. Now it's more a matter of, do I feel like doing the events?
It's good to do primos.
Yeah,
Free
that's
primos,
true.
free, and a bunch of free other stuff.
Primos, the crowns. As far as I'm
I
aware,
care
it's where
less
you can-
about. I care less about the primos and more about the ladle Nouvelet just gave us.
The what?
He gave us a ladle.
More speed. A ladle?
It's very cute too.
Are we gonna scoop up some soup with it?
Like my thing for events, I'm like, yeah, the primos are nice, but what furniture am I getting and what recipes am I getting? Because I do not like missing recipes.
Oh, because those are permanent misses.
Yes, they are permanent misses.
Dear Villette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
An argument? Wow. Wait, Furina's actually in an argument? With Nervalet? Huh.
Like I said,
Love her so much.
explained everything.
Hi, Monica. How you doing? Hello, hello.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
How's Genshin? Sad. Painful. Interesting. Confusing.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I feel like most of the Archons don't know jack shit about their predecessor. Or anything that their predecessor did, at the very least.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again.
I'd say one of them doesn't. So far that we know.
I mean, Nahida definitely doesn't.
That's what I said. The only one would be Nahida.
I'm like, well, but even A knows.
Because of course A would know that was her twin. That was her twin sister.
Yeah, but she also knows
Zhongli and Venti are original Archons, so of course they know.
True. But even A doesn't know everything. Like that was
Yeah,
kind
but
of a
she
big point. It was like,
yeah, she knows at least the gist. Well, she was there, but she wasn't there when her sister died.
yeah, but even she's just like, yeah, we have no idea really what happened in Conria there at the end.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
Those 2 old men know, but they're not gonna say shit.
It should
No,
be you.
they're secretive, those little bastards.
All gods don't have
Well, I
the same
mean,
secrets,
Zhongli is another sort because he, God of contracts, he made a contract that he would not.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
I understand
Venti is
your concerns.
Venti.
Venti.
I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
There's no telling what the tone deaf bard is thinking of her.
Forgive me for saying this now,
Other
Lady
than
Furina,
he wants wine.
but I have long known of your various
Depression,
secret
probably.
investigations
Well,
into
that's
certain matters.
That's why he wants the wine.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Of course she's not a fool. She's not one of the Fatui.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me.
It's my queen.
You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Nothing but respect for your Archon.
That's
yes,
all
my queen.
I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Furina, you're great. I wish you would tell me more.
Have a good day, my queen. She's never done anything wrong in her life.
I don't know if that's entirely true, but...
She's never done anything wrong in her life.
Alright, fine.
Smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Definitely hiding something. It's just a question of fucking what now.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
She's afraid of something. I think she knows how dire the situation is. I think she's afraid. Like, fear is a pretty powerful motivator to not talk about something.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret.
Yeah, she didn't talk about the assassination attempt.
Exactly. Unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Zone of Truth spell. Got it. Do we know any clerics? Yes, we know. Actually, Barbara.
Oh? Like what?
I'm sure she
Normally,
has
people
a,
will only
was it a
reveal
second
the
level spell
truth
slot?
when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Neverland, are you gonna put the Hydro Archon on trial? I'll be there for it. Can I be the prosecutor? Or do you want me to be the defendant, the defending lawyer?
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass.
Is when we start playing Miles Edgeworth the game instead of Ace Attorney?
This may be cruel to her, but all
Game that I haven't played
Fontaine's
yet.
in crisis. The
I wish that they
information a god
localized
possesses is too
the second
precious,
game,
and
but
so we must take a chance on
I remember
this.
the first one having a demo back during the Wii era.
Oh god.
I remember specifically downloading the demo for the Miles Edgeworth game on my Wii. That's how long ago that was. Never played the full game, though. I'm sure it's good. But anyways.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Who are you gonna call? The Ghostbusters?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what
Let
families should
Cat
do.
have her tea.
Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's
She
nice
is
to enjoy
vibing.
tea here, you know. Care for a cup?
Okay, so we have Lydia and Lynette.
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Navia.
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you,
Renee?
friend?
So we have the House of the Hearth people, besides the knave. Spina Terrasula.
No, I don't think I
You
can.
have the boy his diving helmet. He looks scared and shy.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Risley? Nope, it's Nervalet.
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky.
Please tell me
we've
that
got a
Risley is
local
here,
like
though.
me to
Damn it.
organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Aren't I the one that called everyone?
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Excellent hand.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Also, when did you guys get out of prison?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One
Be
that I
out
just
whenever they had found out that they just put the wallets in the Garden Money and Ush's drawers.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Ooh, I never noticed her eyes. They're so pretty. Genshin has really good eyes. Have you noticed this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Why do you look like you're about to kiss her? Or is that just me? Is that just my lesbian brain going off?
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall. Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Sort of.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
And this is how we're gonna capture Furina. Wait.
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
We don't need that last part in this situation, do we?
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Do you want to publicly announce to the person you're spying on that you were spying on them?
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
You're a dragon. Your hunting is, I see prey, I eat prey.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Isn't that what I just said? I see prey, I eat prey?
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement
Like,
we
I
need.
want her to talk, but that's still my daughter.
If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
That's right, everyone grab your spears, grab your bait. We're catching rabbits. Maybe ducks.
Huh.
That's what we're here for, right?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
A metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need.
In a bit, I just need to get food.
Food, go get food. I'm gonna keep on going. Where are we going? This also feels like this is a bad place for... If the water level starts to rise, this place is gonna say bye-bye real fast. Highly unfortunate that.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
I don't know if Nervalet can be fired up. I don't know if he has it in him.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that?
Oh good, some lovely tea is right in front of us, and I didn't pour it, and you didn't pour it, and we didn't see who poured it. It looks nice and hot and fresh, though. Oh, let's go ahead and drink it. I'm sure it's perfectly fine and there's no poison.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
I have many questions.
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously.
Mona, is this your master?
I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after
What a
all.
wonderful time for B to have walked away.
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple.
Okay,
Furina.
so you're not Mona's master, you're Mona's master's friend. The one that did talk to us during the Scaramouche incident.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the
Wording's very
history
important.
of the future.
Will be fulfilled. But again, how it comes to be is still kind of up in the air. It'll happen, but maybe not the way that we expect.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just
I
about gone
believe
as well.
that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Ma'am, thank you for joining us for tea. I wish that we had some tea alongside you, but also, I would like to see your face.
The voice. It's gone.
The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
Heard of her, yeah. Definitely haven't met and interacted and hung out with her on more than one occasion.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Pokemon trainer?
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say
Ancient,
that the
got
hag's
it.
at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Question, was Anne around when Conria fell? I would like to know, for reasons.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Balanced diet, good exercise, mental stimulation.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Or something that we need to make for ourselves? You can't just let everyone tell us the answers. We can figure it out. We're smart. Sometimes.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see.
It's the end
I
of
feel
the
that same
world
sense of
as we know it.
desperation, too. I guess you
Or at least
could
in front of
consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
I don't know. We kind of saw the stone where things were set out.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
I like your thinking.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. Oh, I need to get going.
Wait, before you go, can you tell me my fortune? I have so many questions about many things, work, relationships, all sorts of... Wait, where are you going? Mona?
It was
Mona,
worth
please?
trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
I want to hear my horoscope before you leave.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Come on, you don't walk.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
More speed.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see!
We are famous, for many reasons.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Did we talk to her after we left the fortress? I don't think we did. We were supposed to.
Did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Do you think we get residuals? Probably not.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Well, this place looks calm as ever.
Quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Doesn't Furina normally buy this out?
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait.
Hey, it's Dean. Hello, friend. How's Nervalette?
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's
Everyone
right.
says that, Paimon.
Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but...
It's just a hypothetical, you know, we don't have to worry about too much.
Maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
You're my friend, and I like you. We should hang out more.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
You know what? You're not entirely wrong. Not entirely right, but you're not entirely wrong. Good cake can solve a lot of
I've got
problems.
something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Oh my goodness, you're adorable, and I love you.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
Wow, this thing hates me eating because it's like, oh, you've been inactive. It's like, I haven't been gone that long.
Hi, welcome back. Friend gave us cake. We have friend cake.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Also, we met one of the old hags. Sort of.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wait, what? Are you kidding me? I have to do a quest first. Fine. We'll go start this quest.
Look at that one's just that's just to unlock
This area?
it's just to talk to her to unlock your bounties and stuff.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, the troubleshooter position. There's a sequel, blah. A whole bunch going on. There we go. So curious what rewards you would give you. Food. Stuff. What's this do? A crystal fly. Being properly deployed and inserting the required materials, if I start working with crystal flies instead. Oh! Cool!
Getting reputation up in each place is very much a good idea.
That's...
If not, even if it's not for like the gadgets and stuff, the wings are fantastic.
That's true. The wings are very pretty. What's this do? This device can provide a strong lifting force for the wind glider user. The wind energy requires a permanent that produced by the work. Okay, so basically you can use this while you're already flying? To get even higher?
Yeah.
Cool. That's interesting. That's not bad. I really need to do more exploration. I haven't completed anything.
And stuff that you get from your reputation, they're usually always worth it.
They are. It's just a matter of A, remembering, and B, actually doing it.
And they make exploring easier in the first place because you
true.
get the resonance stones and the treasure compass.
I really need to get those resonance stones because those are things that. It's like I need my stamina. I need more stamina, please. Okay, but that's done. Oh, look at this little clockwork pelican. Look at the little hat that this guy has. Sir Arthur. Oh my goodness. Look at this adorable little dude. Look at you with your funny little top hat. Love to see it. Other Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Charlotte, you're amazing. You're one of my favorites. Let's go.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
Said money and food. I'm here.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist.
She writes the horoscopes.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Paimon, think about the things that you've done since the Traveler arrived in Teyvat. Again, dragon. An old god. Literally fought an Archon. Fought an Archon in the making. And also some other god stuff. A lot of god stuff, actually. We fought a lot of gods. This keeps happening.
If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Paimon really out here like, hey, if the world were to die, were to end tomorrow, what would you do? What would your final act be?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass.
In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
Charlotte over here just being like, anxiety? Eh.
So in all likelihood,
They
I'd
answer your
probably
anxiety.
still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Your passion is incredibly infectious.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
I could choose, huh? Only trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
I want to spend my last day hanging out with my— Ow! Thank you for the hydrate, Monica, and the posture check. In the middle of me trying to be emotional. Good timing. I love it. Trying to be legitimately slightly emotional here. My last day, I just want to spend it with my friends and hanging out playing video games. That's all.
You mean, still traveling?
Cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Rasura safe house at the Flot Sande. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Didn't you say that you didn't want to leave prison?
Ah,
Now
so
that you're
the two
out.
of you are still here. Wonderful.
Now that you're out, you're like, never mind.
Oh, you're
Prison's
from
still
the Palace
prison.
Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meripede. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Is this the trap that Nervillette's getting ready?
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
Oh, actually, that's not good.
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Yes. No, nothing to worry about. She's perfectly safe. She's incredibly powerful and not in any danger ever.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Okay, so they already know what's happening.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
The plan is in motion. The gears are turning.
And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Looks like those detective novels have had an effect on you, Paimon. Good for you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Very proud of you. You're doing good. You're doing me proud.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Hello, ma'am.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out.
This is suddenly feeling too real again. This is too...
Sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
This is...
So it is you, blonde
That was too
traveler
real
from
of a
another
moment
land.
there.
Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marechaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
You're a very good actor. You're very good at putting on a mask. However...
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Okay, I wasn't expecting people to come chasing her like this.
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the
the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person.
Save my
all
queen.
day.
Don't worry, we're on it.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina, can you just back up and let me handle this for like 2 seconds? Or not. Okay, she just jumps right into it. Okay, this is great.
Furina
Good.
just ran off.
Oh no, she's running away.
We
Good.
have to catch up with her.
She's good. She's fine. She can not take care of herself, but she does know how to run. The one skill she's got. Time to go.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Please tell me that this is the part of the trap.
Hurry, they're almost here.
They had the bait.
Fine. I
What
suppose
was it?
haste
The bait?
is
I know the bait and the
warranted.
containment device. I don't
Lead
remember what the
the
middle one was anymore. And the people are the fatal implement. And now you're trapped here. And you're not allowed to leave.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
I mean, the last time this happened, things were very, very bad.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
This feels like a very cruel trick we're playing on her, because I don't think this is real.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Oh my, this is fucked up, but it's working. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Furina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Fuck the heavenly principles, fuck Celestia. Fuck the gods.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
That would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
Very good line for everyone to remember in general, even if lives aren't on the line.
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
This is a very impassioned, hope-filled speech that you can take into your regular lives.
Well, that's enough for now. I
got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly,
fucking
considering my
smug
rank and
face that they
station,
made.
that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial
That also kind of
prophecy?
explains her mask, because she's taking on so much. Furina. Like, she hasn't given up on the prophecy entirely, but also she's like putting all the pressure and the guilt onto herself. When it's like, no, ask for help.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information. You might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty
No,
alone.
it was fated from the start that you would end alone. Doesn't mean you weren't that you were alone before that. Even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. To share with me. I'm what you'd call a witness. Ermin still doesn't know about me. I don't exist.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
And you know, there was this train that went through this, went through space. Don't worry about it.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Please, Furina, spit it out. Here we go. Lower dump, let's go, let's go. Or not. Oh, we were so close. We were so close. Uh-oh. Hi, y'all. Nice magic trick. Lydia, you couldn't have given me like 10 more seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Oh, we were so close, my dude.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
I don't know, it sounds like a fun thing to do to me.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
This is kind of funny considering, the first 10 seconds we were in Fontaine. When essentially this exact same thing happened, but, our and Cloran's positions were a bit reversed.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
I mean...
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone.
I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
Now that sounds real. That doesn't sound like a mask.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
Furina, love you!
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Gotta hand it to her. She knows how to put on a show.
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
And of course, Nervala's just like, God damn it, kid.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
When the god is a bard? This is not the first time the god was a bard. Minty exists. Also, hiya boy, how you doing?
Alright then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
If I had a nickel for every time the god was a bard in Genshin, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Oh cool, we do get to be Miles Edgeworth.
Is that
This part happened. I was so mad at the Traveler for multiple reasons.
my accuser and fated
I mean, we did
Because that whole scene in there, it's like you were her last hope. She would confide in you, and it's like we betrayed her in like 2 seconds flat.
There was kind of a lot of fucked up that was going on there, but
It's
I also
fucked
understand
up, and
it's incredibly
bad.
fucked up. But also, it might have been the only choice. There might not have been another choice.
Oh, trust me, just wait. The game's gonna make you feel even worse about doing this.
Yeah. We were so, but also, the Traveler was trying really hard to get her to do it before this happened.
Like I said, you're going to feel worse when you find out when you go through everything.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
That's about what I figured.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
Which is kind of fucked up.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human.
And also a human. And also a fairy.
My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
I have a logistical question of how exactly we moved, but I guess it was still the same, you know, just minecart ride underground.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
Jesus Christ. That's an insane amount of work for this.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about
We
that.
gave this girl a panic attack in there.
That was the worst part for me, is like knowing it wasn't real.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
Me over here, having already fought several.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
Yes and no.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Not quite.
Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
It has been a couple months.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
That's right. Okay, so we went to the Opera House and we, you know, there was the magic, there was the murder, there was the trial.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Right, we solved this incident with the Vache.
I didn't think this is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Right, Child was sent prison despite the fact that we got him cleared.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time. The words nearly
Too
lost
far.
my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
And that's basically what's everything that's happened. Missing a few details, but you know what? That's fine.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Okay, now that's an interesting that's an interesting charge. Because I'm pretty sure we know that that's not true.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Unless our goal is to get her declared innocent at the end.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but...
To be fair, this makes a much more
that
interesting show.
She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make
I love the
such a
citizens
huge
being
claim?
I mean, she's an idiot and a fool, and she makes a bunch of mistakes, but she's definitely our god. And she's like, wait, what?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
I say you're trying to get out of this.
Impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Very curious to see this answer.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? Oh, we have to choose it directly from here? Why can Furina live so long despite being she's human? I don't think this would help. Afflicted with some sort of curse? Suppose that's possible.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, There could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Ooh. Maybe even the scales.
Well,
It's not
don't
good for you
start
to start.
celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
As the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera
Yeah,
house.
Annalise. Got it.
Or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
That one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice. That's the case. Got it. This one. You were
tried
shocked.
to reference the Oratrice.
Shocked.
But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Don't mess with this man's position. He knows what he's doing.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me.
Are they gonna lean on Nervalat being the Hydro Archon as a ploy?
It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Then, Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Surely the Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
She's very good at coming up with excuses.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
I mean, it's not the best excuse, but she came up with it pretty quickly.
No matter how generous an Archon can be, how could
God.
they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
That be?
She's one of the most broken characters in this game for a reason.
Here she is, unable to produce any power, but if you are able to pull her, boy, God, she's so strong.
She is so good.
And yet, as of right now, she can't do shit.
Excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved.
Kid set up. Oh, I'm a sub. It's like, oh, I'm a sub DPS that goes off of HP. Her pets. Me looking, seeing you do 30k on one hit. I'm like, okay, okay, sure.
I'm kind of sad that I missed her.
Please.
But she's an Archon. She'll be back.
Got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Oh God, this feels really fucked up. I'm gonna be honest.
Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
To be fair, this girl literally has water in her eyes. Water droplets. The way I said that sounds like everyone. Of course everyone has that.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Me pointing to the judge. We can try to prove that she is just a human, and if she's only human... Oh wait, we have to prove that Furina is a human? So we can do... I can say this, but because Nervalette was the one who saved the fortunes of Merpede. I think I have to go with that one for now, and if it's not that, then maybe it's the first one, because we beat her in a trial?
That doesn't sound right.
Okay.
Paimon doesn't think this clue...
First one it is.
What
do you mean no? It's true. Okay, here. She couldn't solve the disappearing people.
It has been established
There we go.
that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
That is kind of terrible. This like, I'll be honest, this feels a little bit like a witch trial saying that. But also...
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere
This
to
entire
proper
thing
procedure.
is fucked up.
It like, I understand why they're doing it, but also, oof.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last
Why? But
time
that doesn't mean I have to like it.
Yeah, accurate, fair.
I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area.
Ow, that hurt. That was very loud. Hi, Ren. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 8 months. How you doing? Welcome to Law and Order.
Including those of some of my closest friends. So,
How you doing?
Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve.
Yes, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is right here. We're dealing with it. We have questions.
I do hope you'll act prudently, and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Trains are good, trains are fun. Hope you're enjoying the trains.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Because I'm fairly certain that she is actually the Archon. But I guess the question then becomes, you have the powers? Like, how much power is she losing?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
I think she's scared because she legitimately doesn't know if she's going to be affected by it or not.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Even she...
Hey!
Everyone's so scared for her. Like, holy shit, we weren't expecting you to actually potentially die here.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
Oh my god, that was
Believe
actually
me
terrifying.
now. I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
The question that I now have, though, also becomes, is that really actually the water? Because that seems really dangerous.
Miss Siegewing? If you are present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Win, don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Uh-oh. Also, I thought that she was just nervous.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Just has anxiety.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert
But again,
witness.
the flush skin and hyperventilation, that's, again, anxiety.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe...
And also, we lied to her again. Again! Furina can't have not known the consequence of touching that water as a human. This too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
Also technically true.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
And I feel like that's a very good argument right there.
Just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
Thank you for the follow, Comecta. Welcome, welcome. Why did Pixel Chat not go off? I wonder if I have to just change everything over. That's fine. This hurts. This is just kind of fucked up. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the show. The opera.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Are we... I feel so bad.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her.
I'm doing well. Minus the emotional pain and damage that Genshin is putting me through. But it's the fun kind of emotional pain.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Does the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal have to say? Still say that looks like a fucking warp first. Alright. A little bit. It's the same colors, almost the same animation, not quite.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Wait, okay, now I'm shocked. Now I'm the one who's confused.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty.
Wait. The Hydro Archon is guilty, but Furina isn't?
To be punished via the death sentence.
Wait, hold on. Pause. Have you paused? Okay, unpause. Because the wording, the Hydro Archon is guilty and must be punished via the death sentence. Furina was just proven to not be the Hydro Archon. Hello?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
Capital punishments.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Okay. Hold on. Pause again. And then unpause because he could be lying? Because this could be the final. Again, going back to the hunting metaphor. This is extremely fucked up. But the lethal implement, even if it's not actually used against them, in this case, it's the threat of death, which is really fucked up. Incredibly fucked up. But also, if she's not the Hydro Archon, and she's guilty of pretending to be the Hydro Archon, the wording of the Oratrice, she's not the one to die here.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this
Look at the Traveler's face. Look at her face. This bitch.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearance
There.
case.
Yes, thank you, Traveler, for being the smart one in the room. Oratrice rendered judgment on the Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our
It
trial today
keeps
was also
getting
to prove
worse.
that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Alright, everyone, it's a hunt. We're not going after Furina, we're looking for the Hydro Archon. Let's go. How was the Oratrice built? Not a damn clue. No one fucking knows. Not even Furina. Oratrice Mechanisme de Analyse Cardinal is a huge old fucking mystery.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Fremine, how'd you get here? Or when did you get here? What's up?
The trial still going?
Ow!
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Fremine brings a stone slate.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Oh, this poor boy.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
You good?
Oh, my controller just hit my desk.
Okay.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Sure, let me jump over this railing. Renee sounds sleepy? He does. Let the boy sleep. Let the boy rest.
What do you see? What is it?
The previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine powers, turning the ocean into human beings! Called it! I'm a fucking genius!
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say
Banana
Hydro
sucks in that
Archon,
pack? Awesome.
do you mean the
Looking
real
forward to
Hydro
it.
Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Okay, the second one is them confessing their sins to the floating island. The third one is Furina surrounded by people. It looked like protecting her, but what if it wasn't? What if we misinterpreted it? What if it wasn't them protecting her? What if it was them admonishing her? And the fourth one is her standing alone in a world of water. Nevertheless, is so smash. You know what? Fair. Valid. You can find scenarios related to the stone slates in the incident record. Fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. Here's behind the prophecies how be revealed. The real events of the prophecy.
Slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
So if they're back into Oceanids, does that mean the Oceanids can be turned back into humans again? And no one's fucking dead? Would be great.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that The original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Did we?
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay. A scene show the former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn oceans into people. We can verify that using the...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Prophecy Slate 2. So Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and people worshipping it, but the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. Primordial sea never less power. Navia fell into water containing primordial seawater. That's right! That's not... What if that's not Furina in that picture? Because Navia dresses very much the same way.
The clothes are very distinct.
Clothes are very... Yeah, but in that very simplified manner.
Their clothes aren't super alike.
It's fine.
As someone who has studied their designs a bit too much.
Has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that
I mean, because the weird thing you notice if you look at everybody's designs, even if it doesn't look like it, everybody's designs are actually very symmetrical.
Except for very specific people sometimes.
Well, I mean, they actually are symmetrical. It's just certain things that are changed, but if you look at the basics of the outfit itself, they are symmetrical. It's kind of wild.
For who? What?
For, like, pretty much every character, pretty much everybody's outfit is symmetrical. Even if some things may be changed a bit to make it look asymmetrical, it's actually still, like, the same base outfit on both sides.
Interesting. Okay, Hydro Archon sinking into the sea.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
To be fair, I was still right about which one goes in that slot. Fontanians will eventually be dissolved to the sea and the Hydro will sit alone on her... Wait, didn't that just happen? No. That would be funny, but no. Oh.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people believed it at first. If we hadn't dealt with it in
I keep
time,
forgetting that it goes on its own.
Things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
They definitely don't have go in the right order, though.
to share some truly shocking revelations.
Here comes the fun part. Everyone gets to find out what the fuck is going on.
Let's hear them.
The first thing it reveals that Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
Says the girl with cat ears.
We're not real humans.
Said the boy whose twin sister has cat ears.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
It's possible that it declaring her guilty proves her to be the Hydro Archon in general. Actually proves her to be the Hydro Archon? As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Rin, I have been saying that from the beginning, even if it was created by gods.
Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different
Especially
power
it was created by
source.
God. Fair.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Come on, Dragon Man.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Alright, everyone, I hope you're ready for a massive revelation about your entire lives and everything you've ever known and loved.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine
Let's
of
get
old,
existential up in
the
this
previous
bitch.
Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
This explains a lot about Fantanian culture immediately.
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
To be fair, Rin, in this world, the gods are there. They're like, yeah, you see over there? There's our god. We say hi. We can wave to her right now. She's kind of hanging out. And she exists. She's living. She's changing over time. You know? So, it's not that big of a shock.
Yes. Some places know their gods, some places don't. It's just depending on the god themselves.
Yeah. But regardless, like, the gods can die, they can live, they can change. This is a known principle.
Yeah.
Referring
A
back
lot
to
of them
Liyue
have
and
died.
Zhongli's quote-unquote death.
A lot of them have died.
A lot of them have died.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they're in the right order? What is the third slate supposed to represent, then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal
This is the
element,
third slate right
the
here.
water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Which means the prophecy's already come to pass, and we're done. Prophecy
Tried to
everyone's fine.
tried to stop the prophecy, instead made the prophecy come true.
So, it's a Greek tragedy, is what you're saying.
There was nothing you could do.
Here's the thing though. I said very specifically, it was not interpreted exactly. It was not interpreted completely accurately. It wasn't going to go exactly how people thought. And I was right about that.
It refers to our present situation.
And there she is, crying alone on her throne.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy...
This is why you don't fucking listen to prophecies. Prophecies are fucking stupid.
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Oh no, you made sure it already came true. It's done. Prophecy over.
No, it's not.
Because she's already crying on the throne. It's over.
The water hasn't come up yet. We are not done. We are still in the third slate.
But we've already shown that the water didn't have to be literal.
No, they were talking about that water, specifically that being judgment. The fourth slate is completely its own different thing.
Yeah, but we'll see. Hi, Bybeast. Welcome back. Hope dinner was good. We judged a god. We judged her guilty. We were going to sentence her to death, but we're like, what the fuck? And now we're learning that humans are actually monsters. It's the easiest way to put it.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
as I'm thinking.
One piece that we have not put together with this yet.
Just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Child. I still don't know how child fits into all this. What is the true source of the catastrophe? The evidence that verifies the intrusion of the Primordial Sea. That's right! Child! Who's in the Primordial Sea, and we don't know how the fuck he got there. No? Fuck me? Oh, there it is. I was right, it was Child, just wrong part.
And reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the Primordial Sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
I just clicked the wrong button before. It's fine. I was still correct. It's about Child. Oh joy, right as we figure it out. Oh, hello. Hey, buddy.
The Genshin player.
Welcome to the opera. Please take your seat. Don't disturb the other opera goers.
Some of the main joke. Everybody saw this damn thing, and everybody was like, "Oh shit, it's a Genshin player," because it's a fucking whale.
Oh shit. Child! Hey, he's okay. He's using his delusion. How long have you been fighting this thing, my dude?
That's the question.
Dude's been missing for like 2 months.
Assumedly, since he got out of the prison.
Hasn't it been like 2 months since he went missing? Or something?
At least I want to say in time, maybe like a month and some days.
Regardless.
A month and a half or something, maybe.
Regardless.
Maybe?
Hey,
We don't
have
know.
you been eating fish? Are you hungry? Need some food? Welcome back. Hey, we have your vision still. Do you need this? Oh, he's fine. Hey, look, he went back of his own volition. He's fine. He's enjoying himself. I think he's happy to have such a strong partner.
How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
It's Monstro!
It has been
From
greedily
Kingdom Hearts
consuming
version.
the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Wait.
So we are not the only alien here.
Wait. Hold on. Are you saying the sea level's rising because that thing's getting bigger? Like purely it's
Basically.
a volume problem?
Well, it's absorbing the primordial sea.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
It's going to eat people! Just like Monstro.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
So what you're saying is we need to find Pinocchio. We need his help.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
We didn't do
In
shit!
that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
Like, literally, we just stood there as Child fucking went to town on it. We haven't fought yet.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Thank you, Child. I can't believe we're thanking you, but thank you.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect expected to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the Primordial Sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
It's a space whale! Quickly, we need to get inside of it and find the captain it's absorbed so we can take them out.
That's not something I will accept.
That's a Futurama joke for those of you not in the know.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
How's Furina doing, by the way? We haven't looked at her in a bit.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
Just don't get in the water.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Being Furina is suffering.
Clearly.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Don't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Where the gods' gaze does not fall. Hey, guess who's a motherfucker that the gods don't see? We aren't recorded in the history of Irminsul. We are the blind spot.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
It's just like Sumeru all over again. Even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there'll still be a way to save everyone. Also that. Prophecy will be fulfilled, and then we'll turn them back into humans again. We just need to find out where the Gnosis is. What is your real secret? Does anyone care to explain?
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Uh-oh.
Furina!
No, I still need answers.
The only one who found that line weird, because it's just like, not, oh, she's gonna die. It's like, oh, well, I need you to answer something for me. I'm like,
I was thinking that, but...
This girl, look how much has happened to her. Why is that your prerogative?
Yeah, that was... I didn't notice that. I was like, I'm like...
I love the Sword of Damocles.
What was that?
Never mind, I gotta rewatch K-Project now.
What the hell is this? Wait,
Fucking Sword of Damocles.
Oh. I was about to say, look, it's the previous Hydro Archon, isn't it?
You.
That's not Furina. That's your predecessor, isn't it?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help
To be fair,
myself.
Nahida looks exactly like her predecessor, so it's
Because
not really
she broke off a branch and made Nahida from that.
true. But still, it wouldn't surprise me if Furina looked at least something like hers.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment.
Oh, cool.
Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive
Ajuri is
everyone was
dead.
a resounding
Okay.
success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor.
Why did you deceive us?
Okay, so Furina's not the Hydra Archon. Or at least
Just keep going. Just keep going.
I
Just
have
keep
a feeling I
going.
know
Don't
what's
worry
about to
about
happen.
it.
I think I know
Of
what's about to
course.
happen.
Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that
Didn't want to say
pernicious
anything. You said it was the
prophecy.
Traveler. No, it's Focalor.
Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaines
Focalor is the trump
condemned and
card.
flooded.
Interesting. But so my brain is now going to the idea that Furina's not currently the Archon. Focalor is. But if Focalor dies here, then maybe the power of the Archon could be passed to Furina?
One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now, does it?
Getting fucking promoted. And it's like, oh yeah, by the way, there's a prophecy you're gonna have to deal with, but that's no longer my problem.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
I do like your dress, though. I will say that.
Also,
I had to outwit the heavenly
same
principles,
VA as Furina.
allow
Same
the
person.
prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the
It
same
is amazing.
time.
I love voice actors.
She fucking killed it.
Absolutely. Because as you say that, I'm just like, yeah, I can definitely hear how they're the same voice actor, but like the delivery is so important.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
I get it.
She's not the Hydro Archon, but she is.
I get it, I see.
And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress. To play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
You were not wrong. Being Furina is suffering.
Furina is
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
She was your scapegoat. Your bait.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Okay, some of my theories were wildly off, but also, I wouldn't have predicted something this kind of fucked up. You know?
It's been 500
when I was not kidding when I said it gets worse.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Came into contact with Furina's tears? Tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Yeah, basically that's what I'm thinking, Ren, is I created a human to be a human and to live life as a human. And then I forced her to play the part of a god, so she couldn't be a human. Oops. Also, I know they keep calling Oceanid. I'm gonna call it an Oceanid. Because I just see the word ocean in there. So, fuck you, official pronunciation. Furina's inner world? If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. I think at the beginning of this chapter, when we started Fontaine, you said that they made the Traveler kind of an asshole. Here at the end.
They're probably jaded after everything that happens and the fact that this is not supposed to be their problem in the first place. But they at least have a little goddamn sympathy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Her story quest, while beautiful, pissed a lot of people off for good reasons.
I understand your admiration for
Yes.
my august self, but
that'll
I
be
must
fun when
ask
we get
you
to
to
that.
keep to the rules.
Let's just say, when people say a person sets boundaries, listen to them when they say they have set their boundaries.
Mm-hmm, absolutely, very important.
All right. It is not my intent
Don't
to
look at me.
reprimand you.
Don't look at me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh,
Just
do
let
not
the
jest.
stage lights go off,
Can you not
please.
feel it?
If only for 1 second.
I am Focalor. The
That way
eyes
I
of
can
countless
become
Fontanians are
myself
upon
again.
me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
This explains that one time when the Nave found her all alone, she was acting incredibly different. In her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro. Find a way.
Dear audience,
Hey, note the enemy names.
is
A cry without
experiencing
echo.
a technical
Shackles.
difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
I condemn you! Let's light it up!
Hey, what gives? The audience
silence
is still
without
watching
end.
me, you know.
Chains.
Guards? Wait, where are the guards?
Said, hey, do you like pain? Here's more.
Blood of frost.
Fucking shackles and chains.
Eye for an eye.
Okay, that was a lot of damage I just did.
Good. Because remember, I think Serpent Spine stacks, like, if you don't take, like,
I know,
the
that's
more you
why.
don't take damage.
That's why I
Yeah.
have Zhongli in this team. Specifically so that Eula cannot take damage. I don't lose stacks. 126. I think that's the most damage I've ever done to somewhere around there.
I gotta get BP so I can get another Serpent Spine because all my other ones have been refined into one, and I gotta get one for. I gotta get one for Gumming.
I'm so close. I'm at R4. I'm almost maxed out.
Yeah, I just don't want to like do it again because I have other characters who need them, and the only reason I need another one is because I didn't pull Navia's weapon.
When did that end up here? Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina.
At this point, just put it on auto and just sit back.
All right, you heard you heard him.
Well, actually, after this, you gotta walk a little bit, but it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, her outfit is symmetrical except for her gloves, her hat, her hair, the bow, and the end of her cape. So I say parts of her outfit are symmetrical.
Yeah. It's like it's like the base of it itself minus some accents like details. The basic part is symmetrical, where you can look at it and it's just like it makes it so much easier to break an outfit down. Where you can see it's basically the same on side minus very specific parts.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that was a mirror.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Angels?
I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
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 Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
That hurts.
You truly are the perfect human. My
And then you look at
ideal.
everything we've done to
I
her.
suppose this would
Yeah.
also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
That's putting so much pressure on her.
How will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine
This is
them
why
to
she was
be.
so indignant during the
Being
trial.
a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Nope. No,
And
you
then
will
you
not.
see why she kept getting excited about trials.
Yup.
She kept hoping each one would be the last.
But it never was until it was hers. But that explains why she was also so willing to die in that last moment.
Yeah,
The
because
water.
she just knew it was coming. She didn't know when. She didn't know what it would be. She just had to wait for it, not knowing
And she could never
what
give
would
up.
happen to her in the meantime.
She could never give up the game. The thing that was more important than her own life is this secret.
Yes, just to protect everybody.
Ugh.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again,
thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it.
Pretty good for a first speech,
I
not
thought
gonna
I
lie.
might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Oh.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person?
I hate all of you.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
I hate all of you.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake?
They're
This is
assholes.
bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
You have to sound so sad when you say that.
Oh, very good, my people.
Like,
Such as you
a
are
lot of people, like,
deserving of my rule.
bring up a lot of, like, similarities this is to when people in real life are masking. That's what it feels like.
Ownership of this opera house.
When you say that to yourself, like, this is what I have to be.
Yep. That's
This is
fucking
like, this is what they want, this is what I have to be. It's not who I am, and you realize how exhausting that is.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting memories. Okay, let's just move on.
Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
So I wonder what you think if somebody weak and stuff like that. I'm like, and that means she's talking about herself, and I'm just like, I hate every bit of this.
This is incredibly painful and way too real for me.
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than the
Like, that was me joking with friends. We got this far, and I was just like, now I understand why I liked her. I am not beating the Furina Kinney allegations.
Yep. Nope. Yep.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
He's really good at improv.
There is no trouble
Get till you
in
make
this
it.
world that justice cannot solve.
500 years of faking it though.
She faked it for 500 years.
And that fucking will wear your soul down to nothing.
So long as I
And also the fact that she had to keep this a secret. She had no one she could confide in. She had to just grin and bear it by herself.
judge the gods of this world.
fuck, not even Nervalette.
Yeah, because that's the thing. She is under the thing of, I cannot tell anybody. If anybody finds out, everybody else could be in danger, and I can't allow that. She put Fontaine and her citizens first, always.
I'm in pain.
When I said Furina did nothing wrong. It goes from a joke to you realize, oh, she actually did nothing wrong.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Nervalette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
Ren, I 100% agree with you.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
500 years later.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm.
We need to have a plus 13
Deoteria,
deception.
is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Especially because you have to remember, she is human. And like Nervalette also mentioned it, her mind is human, her soul is human. Living for 500 years, like what the fuck does that do to your mind, especially when you're just living a lie that whole time? That fucks with
That
your
little
head.
interaction shows you how personable she actually was with the citizens. Of that, she remembered who they were. She didn't have to.
Because like there's the effect it has on the mind itself. Because the human mind can only do so much.
Lady
It's got a
Furina,
limit.
Here are the
Yeah.
latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of,
And that's
afraid things
and then
still
being
don't
a
look good.
liar and lying to yourself and everyone else for that entire time as well just does not make that better.
I see.
In order to deceive others, you must first learn to deceive yourself.
I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Everyone grab a bucket.
And then years later, Erwin fucking blew the place sky high.
Has reached the realm of the gods.
Oh, Edwin.
Still, their spirit is.
Here, I have the best way to reduce the level, to reduce the sea levels. Everyone, grab a bucket, pick it up. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna dump it. All right, now let's do that again. We're just gonna transport all of this water. We're gonna take it over to Mondstadt. You can take it, probably.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
That's fine, Rin.
Me having to go outside and socialize and pretend to be normal.
And everyone will be saved.
Come back home. I lay down because I'm like, I'm tired.
Don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Opera House.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Oh, the monotony of the doing it over and over and over again is about to hit her, and it's why her personality has changed to be a little bit less personable these days. Gotten very...
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Oh no, I know where this is headed.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
I'm dying?
I just don't know when these days will end.
I'm dying?
I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Furina is suffering.
Jesus Christ.
Lady Furina, it's...
That number, I think it's around, I think
it was
like
182,000.
Yeah, it's like 490 something years.
Let me check real fast. 180, I'm just gonna
Something like that.
182,000 divided by 365.
It's almost 500 years.
Yes, it's just under. Because like even 182,000 alone is 498.6 years. Fuck.
Yeah, it's just about 500 years.
This was very recent then.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Fuck.
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
Oh, it's not even showing your
Brings me
face.
great joy to meet
So I love the positioning here. It's so good.
most ardent.
Olive Fontaine, the composition, mwah, chef's kiss, mwah, on point, beautiful, painful, I'm dying.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Oh!
Huh? Really now? I didn't
Close up on her face. I just want you to pay close attention to it because they also put in a very nice small detail.
Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder.
Oh, there's a slight twitch to her eye.
A twitch.
Power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
That's what I'm gonna say from now on. I'm not crying. This is just the manifestation of Hydro. Which fits for me, B, because if you remember, I still have the ring somewhere. Where the fuck is that ring? I have the rain ring from Reborn somewhere around here. Where did I put it? Find it later.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
And this was why I had you sit under the fountain.
Must have passed by now.
It was this happening.
The show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Don't do this to
I don't know
me!
what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to
Don't do
share
this
your
part!
burden with you.
Oh no!
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
Don't do this to me.
Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Okay, according to Rin, 182,376 days, which is the current scene, 499 years, 116 days.
If that's the case...
A lot.
A lot.
She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish.
You to be selfish at least once.
Furina.
Do something for yourself for a change.
So long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
Oh,
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your
Like I said,
frustrations and sorrows?
Farina has done nothing wrong.
It could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long and hard.
And I think the touch that a lot of people like bring up that I think they did this on purpose. Those rims around, those red rims around her eyes, people are saying that those are more than likely tear stains. Like just permanent tear stains on her eyes.
Oh my god.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator,
is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
And she still wouldn't have said anything. That's how strong she is.
Oh my god.
Anything for her people.
Fine.
So
I welcome to why Furina is one of my favorite characters in this game.
You've never once
Yeah,
let her
nope,
in on
I
the
see
full
that.
plan?
I get it.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not?
Folklore, what the fuck did you do?
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I mean, it's not a wedge, it's not a lever, it's not a pulley, it's not a fulcrum. No, fulcrum's not a simple machine, what am I talking about? Whatever. It's not Screw's a simple machine? I think Screw's a simple machine.
I've always suspected that it
We're
had
gonna
its
stick
own
with it, whatever.
consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person
Thank
was
you, Rin, for getting my joke.
hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Question. If you die, what happens to Furina?
Like, this whole... I love this plan so much because it's the biggest middle finger to Celestia we have seen in this game so far.
Absolutely. Besides Conria itself.
Yeah, she literally said,
No.
okay, so you're gonna do this? Say goodbye to the Hydro Archon. I don't mean that. I mean goodbye to the concept of the Hydro Archon. After this, there will be none.
Hi, Maya. Welcome back.
We're turning the 7 into the 6.
Yeah, let me put it this way. I'm surprised I'm not bawling my eyes out right now.
My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
But again, If it breaks, what happens to you? What happens to her?
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
And we're not gonna give a care to the girl who had to live through the 500 years of actually being the deception? Which I guess was you.
It's her humanity and her divinity separated. This is meant to kill the divinity to get rid of the divine throne.
Which hopefully will let the humanity live is the main thing.
Which means all that would be left would be the humanity.
I sure hope so.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria
She's
stole
right.
the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
The laws are written by the victors of war. Those in power, doesn't matter how they got their power, once they get their power, they make the law. You cannot fucking do the same thing they fucking did.
And comes in the God of Justice said, I'd like to change that fact.
Justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Dragon reveal, I believe, was in Act 4.
That was Act 4.
This is just...
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervilette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Judex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Do you like pain?
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
God, all that happened in a fucking split second.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
That does remind me, there's still a giant space whale we have to deal with. But also, I need to cry a bit.
But since we're all still alive
Become
and
the
have been
Six.
resolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Oh, he's
Dad's mad.
pissed. He's fucking
Dad's
pissed.
mad. He said my daughter has been through enough. I have had it.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial
What's really
sea
interesting
from that
about
creature.
this is seeing that the Traveler, despite having moved to Furina and that the tears and all that, she should be up there, is somehow back down here again.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, Traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Yeah, I'm ready to vent out some frustration. Let's go! I'll do a murder on a giant ancient space entity. Let's fucking go. And maybe we'll save Child while we're at it, I guess.
Point is like, man, if we weren't already ready to beat the shit out of Celestial, we're even more ready now.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within.
You want me to gauge? Awesome.
To the ancient dragon's power within. We shall look for an opening together.
Yeah, actually.
Doing so little damage.
At least this part right now, it's don't worry too much about the damage, just hit it.
Hitting.
It's just fill that bar under the health bar up.
Got it. Rin says they've only been here an hour and they already want to go to war with Celestia. Welcome to Genshin!
Yeah, basically.
You're not alone.
We were already like, oh, Celestia's pretty sketch, and then the Furina thing happened. It's just like, I would go to war for you, and I will.
Cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility.
Furina has done nothing wrong. All she did was suffer.
Stabilize.
Stop right there.
What about Dead Mouse?
Hey, remember all the Monstro Pinocchio jokes I was making earlier? Hold on, let me get my shield back up. I can't fight you yet. Okay, now I can fight you.
Shudder! Beg for mercy.
Oh, I'm taking damage. You're actually damaging me.
I have granted you my protection. Do not
This thing hits hard.
seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Gather! This is for
fight this boss enough, you just kind of get used to it.
Beg for mercy. Freeze to the core.
Oh, come on, I just used my burst.
They don't let you do the full boss fight here, which sucks.
Oh. Well,
But it's fine. It's pretty much you do that, then you come out. It has a down period, and you just wail on it. That's about it.
Wail on the whale? You got it.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun to me. Bye, bitch. Oh, nope, he's fine. He's still alive. No? Child, what are you doing? Or not child?
The woman of the hour!
What the
We've
fuck?
been waiting to see you for how many years now?
Is that who I think it is?
I don't know if you remember when she was mentioned, since the only way she was mentioned was once in this past Archon quest and then in Child's character story.
I haven't finished Child's character story, so then no, I don't know who
No,
this
I
is.
mean in his profile. Where you have to read if you've pulled him.
A short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
What? Huh?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder.
Your child's master?
I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand...
We've known about this woman for so long, and then we finally got her. It felt so good.
So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting.
And who's
The
your
only thing
master?
That creature has going for it is
Who
its
could be
looks.
who's stronger than you?
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Like really actually cool about her design. If you find an image where you can look in her eyes, she has something very close to the quantum symbol that they use in Star Rail.
That's what I thought you meant. But let's hopefully we'll get another look.
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So
That's
you
hard to
don't
tell.
know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
It does kind of. But I feel like an indicator of that the quantum symbol is kind of the negative space in the middle that this doesn't have. But it is the same silhouette.
Close. It's similar.
Hmm? And that
Also the thing that
she's a
she
black
actually
hole.
Yeah, the thing that she actually put it in is actually a symbol, is actually an icon you see in Star Rail a lot too.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a fucking black
That's
hole.
used in a lot in Simulated Universe, I'm pretty sure.
It looks like quantum.
I am unfamiliar.
It always goes back to the fucking Sea of Quanta.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing?
And then her master's name, if I remember correctly, I think is Surt's weapon?
Whose weapon? Oh, Skirk. Wait.
Surt, the god. Is a god of fire.
Oh.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
I don't know that. I did not know that. Hello?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, so you
She's the one who created him.
To be
She
honest, I
is
also heard all
also
of those names and titles
part
from
of the
my
reason the
master.
cataclysm happened, but that's another story.
You know,
I
that
say
doesn't-
part of, but she's a big reason the cataclysm started.
Which cataclysm? There's been a lot of them.
Conria.
Okay, that's what I always thought you said, Mint.
But I suppose you understand now, yes?
Yeah, she created the Rift Hounds
Master is
too.
likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter.
If I remember correctly, I think they said it's implied that she created the Rift Hounds.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it
She just went
experienced
so
you
heavy
before
into Norse mythology.
that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Uh-oh.
What?
Prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. But wasn't that the whole point of the Hydro Archon dying?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh my god.
Hug button.
Okay, this is fine. This is okay.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Didn't the
The
Hydro
amount of
Dragon
water damage that would cause?
terrible oh, my upholstery! My furniture! Ruined! Oh, my video game. Oh. Hello?
Hey! Help! Over here!
I'm surprised that people survived the flood itself. But now that they're permanently human, it's no longer a temporary body. The question is...
Love that this whole
for the
thing.
entirety of Fontaine?
I still love that this whole thing was literally Focalor banking on Neuvillette getting attached to humans.
Yeah, basically. But she was right. Hey, isn't that the speed of the ship?
Well, it happened.
Isn't it the... Hey, it's Risley!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Oh, wait,
Risley's arc.
Oh,
It's his arc.
I forgot about that. Despite the fact that we literally saw him last week.
And I love how, like, initially, when stuff was coming out with this region, people were making jokes about the Christianity, references.
Oh, there's a lot of
And then we realized, no, they were not just references, like, this is what they meant to do.
There were a lot of those in this.
Because people joked and were like, oh, well, child Jesus turns out it was Furina.
And also they kept talking about the original sin. Which is a very Christian thing.
Look! The water's receding!
Again, I'm surprised people survived the flood itself.
They said that everybody, like, people in Fontaine are, like, basically, accustomed to, like, training to swim, like, at very young ages.
That's fair.
The prophecy was wrong!
Where it's almost kind of, like, mandatory. Applaud yourself, baby girl, you did it!
Go get some sleep, and some cake, and some friends.
Go take a nap.
The prophecy was wrong.
She's Furina now. She's free.
Please tell me you just said Furina.
I said Furina.
You said Furina. Okay, just making sure.
Renewed. The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving. reading late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
To be fair, we didn't watch everything happen. We were part of everything that happened. We were kind of deeply involved in the whole thing.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Finale. Of course it's called finale. Why wouldn't it be?
Emotions feel after all that.
Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so much happening in my brain. I feel like I can't really process it all. And probably because I was kind of
That's what I
processing it
said.
as it was happening.
Everybody's whole thing, it's like when the Archon quests like start at the beginning, everybody's like, "Oh, Furina's a brat, we hate her." Then Act 5 happens, like, perhaps we judged you too harshly.
Well, no, the fun thing for me is I didn't hate her immediately. I saw the mask instantly. It was so clear as day to me. If people didn't see the
Even
mask,
if
I
there
thought
was, that's the thing. I wasn't even thinking about that. I just saw, she's funny.
I was more like, I just immediately saw, this is the saddest person I've ever seen. I can tell just how depressed
She
this person is.
successfully beat the girl failure allegations.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Oh, the one thing I will say also, when at the end of the Archon quest, for the Archons that you do have, if you have their friendship high enough, to look at their voice lines, because they'll all have one about Furina now.
Will do.
Let me introduce you.
And the thing
This
that
is
makes me
Mr.
happy
Karol
is just all of them
represented the Navy in
saying
sending us a
how,
large amount of
like,
supplies,
wonderful
and
she is.
helping with our work.
Oh. I think the only
It's
one
all
I
of
have
them.
high enough will be Zhongli.
Yeah, it's just them gassing her up and talking about like that. It's amazing that the strongest Archon was a human all along.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward.
Okay, so unfortunately Nervalet
have to
couldn't
be enough.
undo those who were lost to the Primordial Sea.
Yeah, they are dead.
That's unfortunate.
Hello, Miss Charlotte.
They have
I'm a big
returned to the
fan
live
of
streams.
yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too.
The Fatui and
How are things?
Fontaine are so different.
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Arlecchino, and Arlecchino like
for the
legitimately
example to
wanted
live
to
by.
save Fontaine because this is her homeland.
That's true. That's true.
Huh? You're here too, Clarant?
I mean, she's married to Navia, so...
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Yeah, you're dating his daughter.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler.
No, she just said, oh, do it for Navia's sake.
She knows. Look, she's got that journalistic sense, aka Gaydar.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. Alright, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. Alright, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. Alright, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
I wish I had a job I loved as much as Charlotte loves hers.
I know.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
For the fortress, I do want to go look at, I think Jean-Li's the only one I
Talk
have.
to them.
Yeah, I know, one second, because I have... Yeah, Ryan's only at 3 and the heat is only at level 1, so it has to only be Jean-Li. Jean-Li? Nope. Now, Venti Ningguang Hutao, Tartaglia, hobbies, stuff, birthdays. Especially level 4. Wait, is yours not as high as I thought it was?
Finish the. I mean, you have to. You have him at 4. You have to finish the actual quest.
Okay.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Wriothesley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Mr. Fatui, sir, I think this is your time to walk away and let them have their date.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you, too.
I think I know a quick way to get that test going.
That says enough right there.
Would you like to try out this lipstick? Oh, are we gonna go back to your place and try it on? No, I have a much faster method. I feel like I've seen that played out in something before. To be fair, I read a lot of Yuri manga. It's possible I've seen this before, and I just don't remember.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Okay, she's here for... Of course.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
No, of course not. These are for the billboards.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you, then?
I feel like he ships them harder than anyone else.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
I love her gumption.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Yes, 100%. I've got you interested in Genshin? It's fun. It's good. Be careful about spending all your money.
Well, then,
I am very cautious. I put very little in.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Myself, I wasn't gonna spend much, and then I realized I have a problem.
I'm very good about not spending a lot.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to
Second
try this
Obedo
new
comes
drink
back.
I came
I'm
up
sorry,
with?
Money. It was nice having you.
Ah, Siegeween.
So you're the all-devouring narwhal. Or Genshin's the all-devouring narwhal, technically.
There are
Devours your
worse. There are way too many. I
Miss Charlotte.
know watching like
you,
this one
take
content
some
creator who
photos of our
has
head nurse?
someone on where all of his goddamn characters are C6 R5.
Jesus Christ, absolutely.
Does not even really play the game a lot. Just does it to collect them.
Nope. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. That hurts just to think about.
Yeah,
Sure.
they
Come on,
spend.
Miss Siegeween, over this
I don't
way.
want to know. I
Let's
don't
find
want
Oh
to know.
another spot.
God, how much?
Sure. Do I have to
Maybe like,
smile?
I think it's at least over 20K.
Fuck. I wish I had $20,000 to spend on whatever the fuck I wanted.
Same old, as you can see.
Dane.
Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Yeah, he kind of got dropped into space. I'm not entirely sure what happened
He
to him.
got yeeted.
Google's just like, this bitch empty. Yeet! Just right into
She yeeted him and then proceeded to dust her hands off.
touching him. I mean, to be fair, he's been in the water for like a month. He's probably some level of dirty and nasty.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
This man is so tired already.
Last stop, the docks.
I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Back where it all began.
Visibility is excellent. If we head to higher ground, we can do a full recon of enemy activity in the area.
Up. Didn't die. All good.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Magic pockets? The Mary Poppins bags?
Traveler, Paimon.
The tiny ones?
Oh, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Any haversack might be technically
Would you
more
like
accurate.
a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
What did you do to the poor boy?
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
To be fair, we've done plenty of commissions that involve, hey,
You
move
could
this
just
thing
make a
from A to
friend
B.
like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that's
Trail of introvert.
Could I have your contact, please?
Oh.
It's like, why are you telling me to go make friends if you're not going to?
Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't exactly sure, but I was like, yeah.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes,
To be
I was
fair,
quite
I guess he
surprised
doesn't
at
need
first
it.
myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to
place.
Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true. But also
Like, he doesn't need it now. It's like, why the hell does he need it?
Yeah, because he's full powered. He doesn't really need it. He doesn't need a gnosis.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Now they have, including the cryo one, that means they're only missing one, right?
So there's some reason for this that only Nervillet knows about?
What's that, Liyue? Inazuma, Sumeru, Fontaine,
Not Lin.
Naya.
Yeah, they're just missing Notlin.
Oh boy.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
When did we have We just came from there.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
Well, what's funny is the last time that he had to run back to Snezhnaya to fix up his wounds, we caused those wounds. So, you know.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Hello, ma'am.
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Was it by chance?
Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
That's the part that worries me. I'm gonna be honest.
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Mood. We probably mean different masks, but mood.
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Oh, that's right. We still have his vision. Oops.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for
I'll be
him
honest,
this entire
slipped
time.
my mind, forgot we still had that. Her outfit is, mwah, it's very good. A lot of the designs are
That's a
very
wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Personally, I love her. Some people say that her eyes are off-putting. God, do I love them, though.
Greetings,
They're
Miss Journalist.
but in a good way. Well, because they're meant to be off-putting, but that's what makes a good design.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
Because if you see somebody with those eyes in a dark alley, you are going to run in the opposite
Oh,
direction.
100%. You're fucked if you see those just randomly on the street. But, like, here in broad daylight.
That'd still be intimidated.
Intimidating. Kinda hot.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able
This
to
is
serve
why
as a
they say
subject
lesbians have no sense of self-preservation.
Feel free to write as
Excuse
much as
you.
you like about our dear magicians.
Am I
represent
wrong?
That.
Rookie talent.
I represent that accusation. Excuse you.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Is the secret of the magic pocket that it just has a hole on the bottom?
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Right, it's a story quest where he's incredibly... where he's going after you, right? Where he's like, yeah, no, I fucking... Is that right? Or am I misremembering something you said to me?
Story quest, but his story quest is also incredibly depressing, as is Fontaine.
Yeah, that's kind of just par for the course.
Fontaine and depression are just synonymous.
Pick up some bird meat along the way. So, I imagine that this isn't a thing anymore, right?
What?
Underneath the fountain?
Yeah, she's free now. She doesn't have to cry anymore.
Or she can cry
it was
freely
just
now.
Yeah, it was just her crying because she was tired.
Wait. Hold on. This is wrong. It's behind.
More speed.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is
Be purple? Please, I'm running out of time.
We'll never let over here. Like, when will my husband ever fucking get home from work?
So my husband stopped being a mole person.
You really are here, Neuvillette. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all.
Question, where's Furina? Is she okay? I want to make sure she's doing okay.
Let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
We're telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Focalor deceived the heavenly principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
And because you're not an Archon, fuck the rules of the heavenly principles in Celestia, you don't have to follow those.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial
My house,
sea.
my rules.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
The initial Oh,
I
child.
have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Oops.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial...
Maybe it was on purpose in order to get him there so that he would distract the narwhal. Words are hard.
Whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
I'm sorry, hold on?
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual.
Excuse me?
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use.
That's why you said that Mona isn't affected. Because she wasn't born through the
Because
ritual.
her parents are not from Fontaine.
Oh, okay, there's that too.
Away.
She's just not Fontanian.
Alright, fair enough. They weren't very clear about that, I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, she said, why did you think I was from Fontaine?
Well, but she also said they immigrated to Mondstadt. It didn't say where they originated from.
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
Oh, I forgot about that part.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful,
I mean, when you think about it, Paimon, like, this is... Like, the Archons only had part of their power. So imagine a god, but, like, a god's god.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, The two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the Gnosis'
So
power.
question, because you have Furina and I don't, does it no longer say that she has a Gnosis? Does it just say that she has a vision in her character?
It's question mark until you do her story quest.
So it never said Gnosis?
No.
Okay, interesting.
It had question mark.
That was this thing I need to check Nervalets, because his probably says Gnosis.
If the Fatui have impure designs...
Actually, it doesn't even say that.
What does it say?
It's like, what is it, like Ancient Dragon's Authority or something?
It's long, but I'll take a look.
Because even then, technically, he does not. Because this was also a thing I was going to bring up when he was talking about Child, but I'm also like shining hunting at the same time. But okay, let me just pause this. There is, I think, there's this whole theory that actually does like have a lot of like credible evidence because of how things are kind of translated in the Chinese version about, because you know how that whole thing was that Child's vision was malfunctioning,
right?
And that more like had to do with the whale. During the boss fight, actually, if you look up, you will see Child's constellation in the sky during some parts, during one of its attacks. And I think they had specifically called, those things are specifically called, they're like star beasts. The thing for, I think, was the dragon translated in Chinese is something very similar. So there's the whole thing that maybe like it's not just a representation of his constellation, that whale might actually be his constellation.
Interesting. Incredibly interesting. I don't have Child, so I can't check his constellation, but that's cool.
Well, I mean, I'll probably send the video. It explains it a lot better.
Okay.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know.
Ashikai cooked way too much for Fontaine, to the point where she kind of literally wrote out the entire plot before it came out.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know
Tell me about the land of fire.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Well, you are water, they are fire.
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Like the Adepti.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Like the Fire Nation.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Do we have even an inkling as to when Natlan's quest will begin?
Based on like how they usually release nations, like it's usually a kind of set schedule.
So do we have an idea?
Whenever we get to 5.0.
Well, I mean, I figured that
We
part
don't-
out.
It's like we don't know like the full schedule, but we have like just a basic idea because of the time frame that each nation is usually come out, about what time of the year it does, or around how many patches are usually in each cycle.
Okay.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Because it should maybe be like middle of this year or something.
Middle of this year?
Maybe just kind of thinking about the time frame, because I don't remember exactly when Fontaine came out, but it'd be they usually come out around similar times.
Okay, because I'm wondering, I'm just trying to think about for us personally how we're gonna go through it when the time comes, but we can figure that out later.
Yeah, because I'm going to be going through it.
We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
A little bit more story to tell, and then we'll
We're
call
going
it.
to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Nervalet?
It'll come out and be 100% in an hour. I mean, that's what's happened in the past. That's how it works. Give it a few days, be done.
When they drop updates, they come out like 10, 11 o'clock p.m. my time. Depending on how hyper-focused I am. Sometimes I do not go to bed until around 3 because I'm too busy doing stuff.
Wild. But also, boy, does that fit you.
What
I think
next?
it's not my fault they don't think about the Western audience.
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no
The
longer
last
getting
time
any
Mihoya
interference.
thought about the Western audience, there was an assassination attempt.
Wait, what?
Oh, I will tell that story later.
I can finally catch the scent
It
of
is
power,
both
what it's made of.
hilarious and sad.
It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
You're smelling him like you smell a cup of coffee.
I'm sure I've encountered
Finally,
something like
you
this
pink
before.
fuck.
What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Oh, I need a save.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The Descenders! That's right. The people who were like the Traveler.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Excuse me?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
Wait, the Gnosis is the
This-
remains of its...
It's funny because this entire thing happened. I sat there, I can't believe we're playing Three Houses again. It's just the same thing.
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
I'm trying to remember from when we went to Irminsul and we learned about the Descenders. I don't remember how many there were. I don't remember there being 7, though.
No, every single gnosis is made from the remains of the third descender.
Oh, okay. We're the 4th one?
We are the 4th one.
Okay, but our sibling, I should say, was not a Descender, because they're in the history of Irminsul for some reason.
Yeah, it's like the only descender, if I remember, the only descender we don't know is the 3rd.
So who are the first 2?
The first is, if I remember, the first is like, I think the Heavenly Principles themselves.
That would make sense.
The second, I think they just called them like the second who came or something like that. I think in one of Nouvelette's character stories, they actually talk about that. They kind of talk about what happened and how the two of them took the body of the third descender and created the gnosis with it.
Interesting. You should probably, and she's saying you should get rid of it.
And that's why there is a theory that I mainly think of it as like a cope theory, but it's also just very funny.
That the Saritsa is gathering them to destroy them? Or to destroy
No,
them?
it's gathering them because the Natlan chapter, if I remember correctly, is called Ode to Resurrection. Thinking maybe they're gathering the gnosis together to resurrect somebody, to resurrect the third descender. Yes. Which goes into the crackpot theory about the idea that the Tsaritsa is Bronya, which would make Sela the third descender, because it actually technically ties back to something that happened in Honkai Impact 3rd.
Third. Uh-huh. Third, you say?
Which would just be
Third, you
this.
say? Impact
Yeah, which
third, you say? Impact third? Descent?
To be fair, it's called Honkai Impact 3rd because it's one giant Evangelion reference. That's it.
Really funny. But also, Impact third, Descent.
Yeah, because there's this whole plot line with Bronya and Sela kind of going through this almost kind of death thing that I have to kind of look at again. But it's basically like, hey, if Bronya is the fucking Tsaritsa, imagine she's trying to bring back Sela. She's trying to bring back her dead girlfriend.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time, give or take another 500 years.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Child, here's your job. Send this letter over to Nervlat for me.
Okay, I don't have to do shit.
I've got a child that'll do that for me.
Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
But she would have no reason to lie about something like that.
Danny, she's just like, well, this is what I got told.
One, that the Gnosis are related to Sin, and two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descendant.
Oh. Could our body be used to make more Gnosis because we have various elemental powers?
I wonder. Does your body also possess
creepy to
similar
think about.
properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers.
I'm like, I can't believe we're playing Three Houses again.
No. No more crest. We're not doing it again. Or maybe we are.
The visions are to blame.
It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god. And she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
Well, Fontaine are alive. They're fine. Hey, look at that. Wow, how the fuck do I get up there? I see you, Hydroculus. What the fuck?
Portal thing. There's a portal thing in one place. I don't remember exactly where.
But I'd say, I mean, I could always geo-traveler my way up the side of that wall.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Fontaine
Also, Lord
complete.
literally died for our sins.
We fucking did it, y'all. We finished Fontaine in pretty good time. Well, okay, we've been here for 6 hours.
I will say you're technically not completely caught up because you still have to do the chasm quest.
I know, there's something I have to do. Hold on, what? Oh. Real fast. I want to go see Nervalette. Profile. Ancient Dragon's Authority. Hydro. There it is.
And actually, the thing about his constellation is not actually one, but if I remember, it said that he specifically chose that constellation is technically one he chose for himself, simply because he wanted the Melusines wanted something to be able to read his astrology, to read his horoscope with.
That's really funny.
It's really cute.
That is. That's good. Oh, but oh my goodness.
Now Zhongli's thing should be unlocked
Oh
now.
yes, we gotta do that. We gotta do that. Before we go, we gotta do that. Voiceover. Oh, it even has it marked. About Furina.
She made a contract with her own self to save the nation. Strictly adhered to it for over 5 centuries without once wavering, and even fooled the heavenly principles in the end. I have great respect for approaches to justice that place exacting demands not only on others, but also on the self. Though her divinity has vanished, and the throne of the Archon is no more, Furina will go down in Fontaine's history as a god of justice worthy of recognition.
And I think the others, I probably need 4, so okay, I definitely don't have enough then. Yeah, nope. I know. Where is it? Yeah, I need level 4. But, all things considered...
More speed.
Yeah, all of them are literally just gassing her up and saying how good she is. Even, you know how much of a hard-ass A is. She does nothing but praise her.
Well, now I have to go do that as soon as I can. But, considering this only took 5 weeks to do Fontaine, I think that's pretty good for us. It normally takes us a lot longer. We actually went through this one pretty quickly. We're not done with Genshin on stream yet. But once we've caught up with a couple of things that BU is going to tell me that we need to finish on stream,
more speed.
We'll figure out what we'll do after that. We have options, B. We have plenty of options.
Indeed do.
We've got Persona options. We have options beyond that, but Persona is the first thing that comes to mind.
P3, my beloved.
That is out now. P3R is in fact out. And I think there's a mod for to play as the female MC, if I'm correct.
I think somebody was working on it.
Find out before we get there. But that's all for me today. I'm hungry, actually. More than anything, I'm hungry. But it's also pretty late. So... now, I'm gonna go ahead and... yeah. No, I think this is a good place to just end it. We're gonna call it here. Thank you all so much for joining us for the end of Fontaine. It was a longer stream, but it was a good one. I hope you all enjoyed
I hope you enjoyed the pain.
It was very good, cathartic pain. It hurt a lot, but it was fun. But yeah, that's all from us. I'll be back on Thursday for hopefully the end of Nirvana Initiative. I'm there near the end. I don't know if I can finish it then, but we'll see. I'm so close to the end. Shit's fucking wild.
Wait to blast half to whole.
You have to hold?
No, I can't wait to blast half to whole just out of my speakers.
Yeah, next weekend I might... okay, I tried to stream Farlight yesterday. I might stream Farlight next weekend just if I want to. Or we might start Digimon Survive. I don't know. Y'all want to see Digimon and kids die? We'll play Digimon Survive. We'll figure that out later. But that's all for now. Thank you all so much for joining us. This was a fun time. This was good. I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend and a good week. Bye, y'all.
Goodbye.